All right, we're back with another live stream. Going to continue plugging away on the project I started yesterday, which was a character selection system I'm going to be building for my 3D sculpting organic modeling class that I'll be teaching in the fall. I'm going to be using this as a means for the students to get assigned characters they'll be working on for the year. Now, if you didn't see yesterday's stream and you aren't aware of what it is that this project entails, let me break it down a little bit for you as I get started here. So the idea is that it's going to be a third-person little scene taking place in a dusty, dank old basement. And the idea is to have the player kind of spawn randomly somewhere in the basement and kind of wake up or get up off the ground, and then have them kind of explore the basement. Now, hidden throughout the basement on various shelves and hidden in various locations throughout the basement are going to be 50 items that I've called totems. And the totems are going to be items that relate to a very particular creature. And so when students happen across these things kind of strewn about the world, the idea is hopefully they shouldn't be able to put together, which totem is related to which creature. But I'm also going to not give them any instruction. I want them to kind of fumble around in the dark with this. Really, no pun intended. That's exactly what the map is going to be, is making them kind of fumble around in the dark. So yesterday, I put together this little map here. It's a third-person template. I've gone in and put together what is going to be the basement. And I've got this is just the default character here walking around. I'm going to end up putting my own character in here to do this. You can see this is a pretty good sized basement. And there's a little nook or cranny around the corner here. And so I'm going to go and populate this with a whole bunch of goodies that are going to, make the world feel full, as it were. So I've got to put some laundry machines in here, a washer and a dryer. I've got to put an air conditioner in and a furnace, which are going to go kind of in the little nook and cranny here beside it. If I switch this over to unlit, we won't be able to see anything unlit. Let me go back to lit. So yeah, we'll be able to see there's going to be a furnace and a water heater, kind of collection of basement goodies over here, and probably some kind of a sink receptacle over here. I'm going to do almost like a weight room, workout room over here. We're going to have a couch strewn about somewhere, which is going to be in pretty rough shape. And all kinds of, a couple of bikes against the wall. And then shelving everywhere. As far as the eye can see, there will be shelves. And on the shelves are where these totems are going to take place. So I spent a good chunk of time yesterday during the stream kind of putting together the list of totems, which I've got here. And I'm not completely done this list, and it's going to be, I'm trying to treat this as an organic thing that will evolve over time. And so here we have on the left, so there's going to be a face hugger pod. And if you find the face hugger pod, that is going to have you create over the duration of the year an alien creature. So this is going to be some kind of alien human hybrid, and then examples of which are the xenomorph from the Alien franchise and the Predator from the Predator franchise. And so a bouquet of flowers will make you do the bride, and a balloon will make you do some kind of a killer clown, and a tree branch will make you do one of the deadites. And so there's all of these kind of things that are kind of one-to-one here, going to be things that make you do this stuff. And so I've gone and played around with these. Now, back up and sing from Google, 7,200, sure? I don't know what the hell all that is, but we'll let it go. The werewolf now, and trying to make these things not again, if students figure this game mechanic out when they're doing this here, it'll make them want to just walk around and find the item that they want. And so I've tried to make them a little bit generic, or a little bit not so on the nose. So for instance, the werewolf is a full moon, and that's just going to be like either a globe version of the moon or something like that. It might even be a poster with a moon on it. It's going to be something of that nature, that there's the moon. My original idea was to have a box of bullets, a box of shells that would all be silver, and the silver bullets would turn you into the werewolf. And also the vampire, a wooden stake is, a very go-to thing. I've got garlic cloves here, and I may actually even go a little bit away from some of these if I find they're a little too on the nose. I've got a few of them here that still don't have totems yet. I spent some time doing this, but I didn't want to spend forever doing it, and so that is what I'm doing. Once I had the totems built here, I started my project. I've got my map. I went and set a few project specific settings here so that this would load up the way that I want it to load up. There's a project thumbnail that I'm going to create that'll go in here. And I went and did things like making sure that the in the project system here, when you get to maps, modes, and everything like that, that it loads up my specific map. The other thing that I want to do, and this was a little bit of a pain in the ass when I did this with the other games that I had built, was an element of this that I hadn't predicted, was when students played this in class, selecting the characters that they were going to select. It was difficult for me because I had to pull out a notepad and start jotting down what everybody was generating. And that was really tough because I hadn't met any of these students before, and so kind of as everybody played, I had to ask them like, "What's your name?" and then write down what they got. Whereas I'd like this to be a little bit more automated, where I don't have to do that, and I can spend the time getting to know the students instead of just writing down what they rolled. So what I'm going to be building into this particular version of the system is going to be an email component. So I'm going to have the students log into the game when they play. So it'll ask them for their names, and I'm going to make sure that it says their preferred names, just so that I don't have any instances of, having somebody be called something they don't want to be called. As a Topher and not a Chris, I can tell you that is important to me. And so I'm going to have that element there where they can go and log in with whatever name they want me to call them throughout the semester. And then the other thing I'm going to ask them for is their school email address. I don't need a password or anything like that. I just need their school email address. And I'm going to save these to a string when they enter them. And I will use that string as an identifier and have the system email me a list of their choices. So when they play the game for the first time, whatever they end up selecting when they play the game, that'll be it. That'll be what they're going to end up working on for the duration of the semester. And so it should add a little bit of fun. I'm hoping that it'll add a little bit of engagement. Again, the schools have all decided that they are going to be doing a remote delivery for this upcoming fall. So it's going to be really hard to keep the students engaged. And so this is kind of my attempt at doing that, making a little bit of a game that we can play and keep it fun. And so that's what I'm doing. So yesterday, I set up a very rudimentary basement here with just some kind of placeholder items to get the feeling correct. I went and edited the movement speed of the character. I removed his run so that he can't run anymore. He just walks. He can't jump anymore. That's gone. There's no crouch. There's nothing like that. I got rid of the VR and the touchscreen components that were in here as well. And so I'm kind of at a starting point with this here. And I'm going to remove all of the mannequin component that's in here and end up replacing it with my own character. But after I had that part of the movement set up so that I'm I'm sure that he's moving in the right speed and whatnot. And I think the camera's a little quick here too, and so I may want to go and clean that up. I then wanted to make sure that the room felt the right scale. So, I'm walking around in an empty room, and, it takes me a good 30 seconds to traverse the entirety of the room, which is, that's not too bad. That's pretty close. His feet are still sliding about a little bit, so I'm going to work out the timing a little bit more. But I'm happy with where the room is. I've started putting in some of these structural elements here. So we have these support beams. The floor joists have been put in. I started adding a few windows, which are just holes in the mesh here to let light in. I wasn't happy with the amount of light that came in, so I put in a couple of point lights that are going to serve as incandescent bulbs to help light the environment a little bit more. Outside of the basement windows, eventually when I get to that point, the ground level is actually going to be above the window. And so I'm going to make this aluminum cutaway here, corrugated aluminum thing that'll go around this. And what that'll do is it'll actually prevent anyone from seeing out the window to like a long string of nothing. You'll actually see the corrugated look, and if you get close enough to the window that you can look up, you'll actually just see up into the sky. So that should work out quite nicely there. And so anyway, that brings you to where I am today. I've got just some proxy meshes in here. I haven't modeled anything yet. I want to get the entire system up and running before I worry about the artwork. Too many times in my past, being of the artist persuasion, I get working on these projects, and the first thing I want to do is go get a bunch of finished artwork in, and that's never a good idea. I want to make the system up and running and working so that I can do an asset a day or whatever and have all of this done. I've got to get enough assets done that I can populate the room, and make it actually look cluttered and busy and in full. And then I've got to make all of my totems as well. I also need something which I haven't really thought of too much. Some means of when the students pick one of the totems and they end up, that ends up being their selection. I want to have some way of letting the student know that that's what their totem is, or that's what the system means. And so, because I'll have them entering their email address, it might be one of those things that I email them what their selection is as well. And maybe what I'll do is I'll put together a list of cards for these monsters, and when the system emails the students, I'll have it email them the card as well, so they have some information on what I was thinking of when I chose those particular creatures. Again, the list of creatures is not set in stone. I'm predicting a couple of them may get altered along the way, but anyway, that's where I am. So today on the stream, what I'm going to be doing is I want to set up the interactive objects. So I need to create a class of object here that is going to be the totem, and I want to make it so that when you are near enough to these things, they get a highlight around them, so that the player will know that there's something special about this object. If I can, it would be nice to have a singular object become lit up. So if you've got two things on a shelf together, I don't want them both to glow. So there may be, doing a distance check between the player and the objects, and only having the closest one light up. And so anyway, that's what I'm going to be doing today. So my first step here is to actually make a couple of test totems, and what better to use than your friendly neighborhood teapot. There we go. So there's going to be one of my totems, and I'm going to export this. I don't know what creature this would turn you into, but we're going to go and spit this out. I'm not bothering with UVs or anything like that on this. It's way too early for anything like that. Okay, so I've got an FBX folder that I created here, and this is going to be a proxy totem, so I'm going to call it proxy and totem, like so. Now, ideally, and I haven't really thought too much about this, because all of these people are going to be playing this at the same time. Granted, they're going to be playing it remotely, but I'm also thinking further into the future that it would be nice to be able to use this system, again, once I am actually in class with students, that they're going to cheat off each other. And as soon as one person plays the game, they're like, oh, it's the thing I picked up turned me into a monster. Everybody will be like, okay, I'm going to pay attention to what I pick up. It would be nice if I can kind of randomize where things are. So somebody's like, oh, I'm the vampire. I found the clove of garlic. It was under the stairs. It would be nice that I could set up these points that I randomize where these objects are. And that would be a fairly benign thing to do. I would just want to make sure that the objects are seated correctly. So for instance, if there is something that its default position is inside the washing machine, I want to make sure that whatever I put in the washing machine kind of fits there without it being lost. And some of the objects are larger than others, and some of them may be too large to fit in the washing machine. So there is a little bit of complexity that would have to go with randomizing where they are. But that could be avoided by just carefully placing things instead of instead of maybe not putting one in the washing machine, putting it on top of the washing machine. There's things that I can do that will fix that issue. So I'm going to import the proxy here, which is going to be Cabin in the Woods, FBX, and Proxy Totem. That's this guy here. This is going to be a static mesh. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have to do anything with this. I should have probably checked how big it was when I created it, but I was just kind of eyeballing based off the grid, and yeah, that looks all right. So what I'm going to need to do is create a blueprint and create my class of object that way. So we're going to create a blueprint class. This is going to be an actor, and I'm going to call this BP for blueprint underscore totems. Now, the blueprint here will actually end up containing all of the totems. So I have one object that wherever I place it in the world, I'll have it just randomly choose one of the totems as I go. And that's a fairly easy thing to do. I can use an enumeration list and an array containing all the meshes and really have that work quite nicely. It also means that I can have a bunch of null points throughout the map that spawn these things. And so this would be a really, really good way of doing the randomization. So for instance, if I had a blueprint here under the stairs where one of the totems is going to be, and I assign that totem at random from the array, every time I hit play, that totem will change. So it'll be a different object every time, which is definitely one way of going about doing it. However, one of the things that I really want to get set up today is the interaction identifier. So I want to make sure that when people are playing the game, that when they get near one of the objects, they can tell that it's something that can be interacted with. And that's going to be done by putting a highlight around it. So I'm going to set up a shader here that'll do that. And the shader will be part of the blueprint, and it'll actually be part of its own material that will use the blueprint to kind of manipulate that. So this blueprint is going to really change over the course of development of this little project, based on how I need it. And so, for instance, right now, I'm going to add a static mesh component. And the static mesh component isn't always going to be there. What I'll end up doing is I'll actually spawn a static mesh component later on. But for now, this is going to work because I can just add my teapot here. Proxy totem. Yeah, not teapot, totem. So there we have our teapot. It's resting on the ground, which is what I want. I'm going to leave this scene root in here. Not that it really matters at the moment, but that'll be useful. The other thing that I want to do is I'm going to start setting up how we're going to make this thing render with the outline around it. And that's going to be done using a post process. So a post process, for those of you that aren't really familiar with this, is what happens when you take a piece of either your game or a movie or whatnot, once it's been shot or rendered in this case, and you run it through some filters and you run it through some processes to make it look a little distinctive. And so one of the very common ones that has been used throughout film history is called bleach bypass, where they would actually take the film out of the camera and run it very quickly through some bleach to lighten it up. The bleach would eat away at the cardstock a little bit, and they would dry it off fairly quickly, but it would give you a very high contrast look. And this was all done kind of after the fact, hence the post. And so with Unreal here, I have the ability to do that as well. I've got a post-process volume that's in my world. And this thing, it doesn't really matter where I put it. I've got it set so that it'll affect the world regardless as to where it is. This will allow me to change how the world is being rendered. So if I hit G here to go into game mode, and I still have my post-process selected, we can go and do all manner of things here with how the camera is rendering and all kinds of like color settings and playing around with things like that, which are really, really good. The only setting I said I have right now is this infinite extent, which just means I don't have to be inside the volume for this to work, which is really good if you're doing post-processing on a global level, right? So if you're doing this to your entire game, there are instances in which you would want to use this as a volume. So for instance, if I had a giant tub of water here and my character fell into that tub of water, you know, I could change the rendering to make it a little wobbly, to make it look like you're looking at the world through water. And so in that instance, you know, I would want to have this turned off so that you have to be inside that area for that to happen. But since I'm going to be rendering the entirety of my world in this way, I'm actually going to leave that the way it is, with this affected in this way. So all of the things that I have the ability to play with here, if I go and do a search here for saturation, so here is the saturation node, and it allows me to turn, you can see I can go, you know, incredibly saturated and incredibly desaturated by just playing with this node. It's altering every single frame that's being rendered, and manipulating it in this level. So this is really similar to bringing a still render into Photoshop and manipulating it in Photoshop. It's also, you know, a tad bit expensive, and so you want to be careful how much post-processing you do. You know, again, you're doing this to every frame that gets rendered, and if you're rendering your game at 60 frames a second, you are running all of these filters 60 times a second. So it can get pretty expensive, and definitely slow down what it is that you're rendering. Now, what I'm going to be doing in terms of the rendering here is that I'm going to be running a post-process effect, but I'm only going to be running it on my blueprint. So I want to be able to take whatever geometry is here in my blueprint, and I want to be able to separate it from the rest of the world. And when I do that, I'll be able to do some other kind of really cool things to it. And this is a pretty simple, easy thing to do. So the first thing that I'm going to do is with the static mesh component in my blueprint selected, I'm going to go take a look for the custom depth node. And what this does is it renders a custom pass, a depth pass of this node. So what a depth pass is, essentially in a nutshell, is it's a distance from the camera to infinity. And the camera is at 0, and infinity is much farther away than 0. And as you start getting the numbers increasing as you get away from the camera, 0 is black and everything further away is white. And so that depth pass is really, really cool. If I go and take a look at a depth pass render here to show you kind of what this looks like, you'll kind of get the idea that you see. Here's a really good one here, right? Everything up close. In this case, it's actually inverted. White is up close and 0 is far away. And you get a slider to determine where that 0 point is. And so you can kind of adjust just how far things go. So how do you use this to be able to identify a single mesh in your scene? Well, there's two types of scene depth that you can render. There's the scene depth, which is just everything that's in the world being rendered in that way. And then there's also a custom scene depth. Now, by default, nothing renders with the custom scene depth until you tell it to render in the custom scene depth. So I now have a teapot that has its own renderer, and it's going to be rendering something between 0 and 1, depending on how far away from the camera it is. The reason that that's important is that we can manipulate our render to take advantage of that. So let me grab an instance of our totem here and put it in the world. And I'm just going to deselect everything. That's why I keep popping into the world like this, is to remove my selection. You can also do that if you have stuff selected over here. You can just select in the empty spot of the world outliner. I tend to always go into the world to do it, just because at some point the outliner is going to be full of stuff, and so it'll be a little bit more increasingly difficult to select nothing in here. So let's see if we can get the teapot to now render in a different way. I'm going to hit G here so that I'm in game mode, and let's see if we can render that teapot in a way that is different than everything else in the world. So the way to do this, I'm going to head back over to my content folder, and I've got a textures and materials folder here that I've done already. And I'm going to create a new material here. I'm going to call this PP for post-process, and an underscore, and I'm going to call this selection, as this is what this is going to be for. So this is going to be a post-process material that literally just shows me what I have selected. So inside of this material, the first thing that I'm going to need to do is tell Unreal that this material is meant for a post-process system. And not that it's going to be placed on a surface. So in the material domain, we'll swap this down from surface down to post-process. When you do that, you can see that everything's been removed but the emissive channel. So whatever I do in here now, it has to go in here. Now I'm going to go grab a scene color, like so. That's not the right one. A scene texture. I want a scene texture. And in this texture, we can pick all sorts of different types of things and then spit them out into the emissive channel here. Now it tells me right out of the gate that it cannot use the color node that is here, that if I want to use color, I've got to use post-process input 0, and that'll render the world correctly. So if we set this up to render, so if I hit okie dokie, and let's grab our post-process volume, and we place this material on here. So I'm going to go type in material, and there's post-process materials, in which I will add one to the selection. We're going to choose an asset reference, and then that asset reference is going to be the post-process guy that I made here. So I'll put him in that position. Now, the post-process is actually rendering. Now, we don't see any change here, and that's because all I'm doing is I'm taking what the game renders, and I'm plugging it in as what I should see. So if we want to take a look to see if this is working, let's go and manipulate this post-process to see if it actually does anything. So that's really easy to do. Let's go create a desaturation node, if I can spell desaturation, and let's take our color node, desaturate it, and plug it back into the emissive channel. And we just need an amount here now. You can see that by default it's set to 100%. So if I hit apply, our world should turn black and white. So there, we now have a volume that is telling the world to render in black and white. So we know that our post-processed material is working, so that's good. I'm going to kill that and just plug this back in. I don't actually want a black and white world. We also want to figure out where our teapot is here. So we're going to come back to the post-process input 0 in a moment. I'm going to make a copy of this, and instead of rendering the post-process input 0, let's render the custom depth node. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and plug it into the emissive, and if we take a look at what this does, well, everything's going to turn white, and that's because it's rendering what has the custom depth node in white, but it's rendering everything else in white as well. And so we need a way of separating the background from defaulting to white from the object rendering in white, because white on white is useless. So we've got our custom depth pass. I'm going to create a copy of this, and let's make this the scene depth. Scene depth. Now this too is not going to render as clearly as we'd like it. The values are a little out of range here for this to work properly. But if I go and divide this, let's go see if we can make this work. Let's divide this by a fairly large number, say 3,500. And I plug that into the emissive. That should be enough to give us our range here, so that at least we can see this working, right? So I've got black really close to the camera, and you can see over here where the stairs are at the far end were white. Okay, so this is actually giving us the depth of the scene. So the further things away, the further away things are, the brighter they are, and the closer they are to me, the darker they are. Now, let's try the custom seam depth in here. And before I hit apply, I want to show you just the grayscale color that's on this thing. And when I hit apply, you can see that it's still that grayscale color. Now, as I get close to it, it's going to get black as it gets really close to the camera. And if I get far enough away from it, it'll actually start shifting into white. You can see it's fairly light gray at that point. I'm going to end up out of the room before it turns white. But there, you can see it's almost completely gone back there. So the seam depth is doing what it's supposed to do. Now, as it turns out, we actually don't want either of these seam depth nodes being rendered. That's not the way that the system works. So here's a really cool trick that we can do. I'm going to create an if node. And the if node is going to take two inputs, A and B, and depending on their values, it's going to spit out different colors or different options here. So I'm going to create two options. Option 1 is going to be white, and option 2 is going to be black. So I'm going to say if our scene custom depth, that is the teapot or the totems, if that is bigger, let's make it white. So it's going to be A. So I'm going to say if A is bigger than B, make it white. Okay? And if it's equal to B or it's smaller than B, make it black, like so. Now, I'm going to compare these two nodes, but if I compare them right now, they're just telling me how far away from the camera things are. Well, if they're both counting how far away from the camera things are, and I take the color out, and I add 1 to it, now that teapot, regardless as to how far away from the camera it is, it's actually being added a whole other length to it. So this means that if I plug this in here and I plug this in here, no matter how far away that teapot is, it's always 1 unit further away from the environment nearest to it. So let's go give this a whirl and see if that gives us a way of identifying it. Now, it does not like that input A must be afloat and input B must be afloat. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do a component mask on these, like so. And we'll just use the red channel here. So it doesn't like that this is a vector, that there's more than one color coming out. But since these renders are black and white, we can just use the red channel here and it'll work. Okay. So if I do a render now, we can see what happens here right away. The entirety of the building turns white, and if I go inside of it, we can't see our teapot nowheres. So we need to make sure that the entirety of the building isn't getting the seam depth applied to it. But we also need some way of doing something with this. So this 0 and 1, this black and white image that it's spitting out, let's do two things. Let's bring our desaturation node back. Actually, that won't really help. What we should be getting is black and white. So let's go and select some of our other objects here, and I'm going to go look to make sure that their custom scene depth render pass is turned off, which it is. And I'm going to invert my inputs here. So let's put this into B, and let's put this into A. I sometimes get these mixed up here when I'm doing the math. And let's grab, where's my blueprint, which is in here somewhere, this guy, and hit F. So there he is there. I want to make sure that I can track him. So I definitely think that should have been rendering the right way. So we should be getting white on that. Let's do this here. Come on now. This goes here. That is the custom depth. This is the scene depth, which goes here. And we have 1. If A is greater, oh, A is not plugged in. A is always going to be equal to. We'll just blow it out white. So I'm not sure why the background is not getting the right value here. Custom depth, I'm adding 1 to it so that it's higher than its value. And I'm comparing that value to this one, A and B. If A is greater than B, set the value to 1. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to clamp these as well, just to make sure we're not blowing these values out in any way. I'm not going to clamp that one because that doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay. I scene depth. Red channel. Clamped. I'm not entirely sure why this is not working. The logic is there. If this is bigger than this, make it white. If it's not bigger than that, let's put it in greater to n equal. Now, the background shouldn't be white here. And the worry that I had was that in my custom depth pass here that all of my proxies had this enabled. And they definitely don't. They're all turned off. It's just in this guy, custom depth pass is turned on. Okay. So it's doing the right thing. Let's invert the math and see if that works any better. I'm gonna put this into B, and we'll break. Oh, it's not gonna let me break them. Okay, we'll just put everything black, and then I'll put the white in. So I've inverted it now, so it should give me. Yeah, it's still not. Why is nothing black? If A is greater than B, let's swap where the add is. Let's add. I want to add after the clamp. Let's add 1 to this one. Yeah, peculiar. That's most peculiar. So scene custom depth, scene depth. Those work. I tested them. They're rendering the right way. Let's go back and fix my add here. This gets added to this. This goes into the A. So this is the scene custom depth, how far away this object is from the camera. Taking the red channel and I'm adding 1 to it. And then this guy is just the how far things are from the camera. We're not doing anything to those, but we're clamping them. They won't go above 1. So no matter what, this is above 1. No matter what, this is below 1. If A very, very strange. These actually should be in inverted order here. Yes. That's just going to make everything white. Why is the background not turning black? I'm missing something. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Why is this not working? I'm going to go in, of all places, the place that I'm going to go look to see why this isn't working is my own YouTube channel. Because I've done a video on doing this in the past. That was it was a few years back that I did it. Now I actually did it for students. There was a handful of students that were working on a game that needed something like this. And the easiest way to show them how to do it was to put together a little video, which I did. And now the system not working. Okay, this one. I wonder if I get a I wonder if I'll get a copyright ding if I put my own YouTube video up on my own thing. Okay. Yes, so they have it going I have it going backwards. Here's my YouTube video where I'm going to look at the same thing that I did. I don't know why the logic changes if it's backwards. It should still work, but doesn't seem to be the case. So let me go and wire this up the same way that I had wired it up previously. So it's scene depth that we are adding 1 to. And then that gets masked. And that goes into A. Okay. And then the custom scene depth just gets masked. It doesn't need the clamp. And it just goes into B. Yeah. I think it's the order in which these two are structured. I think something funky happens if you add 1 to just the red channel. And I think that's what breaks it. In fact, we can go and test this here by breaking it and reorganizing these back the way that I had them. Like this. No, it still freaking works. Okay. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know why it wasn't working a second ago. Had the math all worked out. Whatever. So I'm taking the world, adding 1 to the distance that the world is, and then just telling it to be single channel, black and white. And then I'm taking my special objects, making them black and white, and then just doing a test here to see how far away they are from the camera. So in white, we have the totems, and in black, we have the rest of the world. Okay, so how, you might be asking, do you use this to make shit glow? And the answer is going to be by manipulating what it is that we are looking at. So I now have the ability of taking this object here and isolating it. And so if I create a linear interpolation, which is going to be between what the world looks like, I'm going to need to get rid of the alpha channel from this, I believe. And I plug this in here and plug this in here. Do a build. So now I actually make the object turn completely white, which is kind of cool, right? It gives me the ability to make that object glow, right? So we're not seeing anything but white pixels here now. It's jittering a little bit too. That's something I'm going to change in the post process. You can see it's got a little wibble wobble to it. And so one of the other things that I can do here is, let's say I have a color that I would like to use as the color that's here. So one of the things that I can do would be to just take what the world is and multiply that world by a color. So let's say I put a vector in here and we call it glow color. And I put the RGB value into here. I'm now multiplying whatever the world looks like, and this is where I'm going to need my component mask. But in RGB, we'll just get rid of the alpha channel that's in there. And let's just go make this glow kind of a teal color. So if I do this, we should get the world. Oh, it's backwards, running in teal. Oh no, it's not backwards. I didn't do this the way that I wanted it to. This goes down here, this goes in here, and this goes in here. There. So if I do that, my object will glow teal. And it's not actually glowing. I'm just multiplying the color that I have selected against that object. Which is kind of cool. I mean, it gives me a tint to a very specific object. Now, the other thing that I can do is if I multiply this again and plug this in here, and I make a scalar called glow strength, and we give this a value of something ridiculous like 255, and I plug that in here, we're going to take that color that's there and we're going to blow it out. Now, unfortunately, the way that this system works is that it doesn't give me the kind of glow that you would expect to have here. So when all of these values get multiplied up here, they're all capping out at 1, and we're seeing that color. Now you can see little bits in some of the darker recesses go back down to that value. But essentially, I've got the glow here so strong that it's not actually doing anything. If I bring this down, we'll start incorporating more of the color as we start hitting the darker values. But essentially, I'm just taking the pixel value that's there and blowing it up to the point that it's pretty useless. So a really cool way of working around this would be to swap out the material that's on this item based off when it's selected, and that material could then actually give me the ability to change the way that this is being rendered. So let's create another material here, and I'll show you what I mean. If I go and create a material, and we're going to call this MA master material, and this is going to be totem glow. Totem glow. So this is going to get assigned to objects when I'm near them, or when the player is near them. And what I want to do in here, let's go grab something like a, let's use a Fresnel. And the way that the Fresnel works, I'm going to plug this into the base color. And you can see that it gives you a white glow around the normals that point away from your object, and the normals that point away from the camera, and the normals that point at the camera get kind of black in color. Now, one of the things that I would like to do with this is take the pixel normal, which is just going to be the normal of whatever the object currently is. So whatever you have plugged into the normal map, it actually calculates that in here. So it's like plugging your normal map back in. And then let's take a contrast here. Oh no, let's do a cheap contrast, just so I have a little bit of control over this. And then let's plug this into the emissive instead of the base color, and I'm going to change the material type to be from opaque, from lit. Where are you? Default lit to unlit. And you can see that that's giving me gray in the middle and white on the perimeter. And to fix this, we're going to multiply like this. And since, hey, Bray, what's going on? I see Mike's here too. Mike's been here for a little while. If Mike's still here. But what multiplying is going to do, so if you think again of white being 1, anything I multiply by 1 is going to remain 1. But the values in here are less than 1, right? 0.5, 0.7, 0.3, somewhere in those ranges. And when you multiply anything by those values, it gets smaller. And so if I take this and I say multiply by 5, it's going to start brightening up that area. But if I multiply it by 0.5, it's going to start darkening that area, but the white will still remain white. So the smaller I make this fraction, the blacker the core gets, and the brighter the outside should remain. Now, it looks like we weren't getting any pixels that were actually white around the perimeter. So I'm going to remove the multiply and instead use a power node, which is just multiplying the object by itself. And in doing that, I can see that I'm now getting closer to black and white. And then finally, the last thing I'm going to do is just throw a clamp, like so. This is just going to make sure that when I start multiplying this thing against itself, the other mic is pixel by pixel. He was here, he's on Twitch, which is why you can't see him here on YouTube. While you guys can't see each other, I can see all of you. You see, I've installed cameras in each one of your homes, and I can watch while you're watching me. No, the chat system that I'm using is just allowing me to see both systems at the same time. And so anyway, that's why I see. But yes, he sent a message on Twitch a ways back, and I don't even know if he's still here. Okay, let me save this. The only reason I bring it up, Braybrook, is that it's very rare that with the people that I get on here, that two of them know each other. Even though all of you guys know me, it's not often that all of you guys know each other. Also, until any of you say anything, I don't know who you are. So, with this material now created, I'm going to go back into my blueprint. Let's clear this and edit the blueprint again. Edit. And what I want to do now, let's kill this. And I'm going to use on begin play. However, we're going to end up changing this down the road to begin play. And I'm going to get a reference to my static mesh. And on this, let's create actually, let's not do it with there. I'm going to create a dynamic material instance. Like so. And let's plug this guy into the, wait, what? Asset reference. No, this is not what I want. I want to create a dynamic material instance like this. I'll plug that in there. So we're going to create a dynamic material instance of this. I need to select the material here, which is MA underscore and totem glow. And then we can assign that to the object here by going out from here and set material. And we shall just set the material that we just made, the dynamic material instance. So now what this is going to do is whatever material is on this object here now, it'll replace it when the game runs. So now we're going to go back into our post-process volume, and let's go edit its material. So let's go back, post-process material here. So let's go get rid of all this glowy stuff that we've got here. Let's go and delete this. Let's render this out again here and see what we're getting. So the teapot is still rendering white. Let's go and just throw the default color in here. And we should actually see the... Oh, that's on. Is that the blueprint? That is the blueprint. So when I hit play, that's when it'll work. There we go. Because I did it on play. So you can see now I get this kind of outer glow around the object. That is doing a, you know, just this kind of edge highlighting on the object. Ayla, holy shit. There's someone I haven't talked to in a long time. How you doing? So now, let's see. Now that when I run the game, that happens, I'm going to actually use other means to tell it when to do that. But let's see here. What should we do with this now? So we've got a material that's black and white. And we've got this that's rendering in that way. We've got this that's separating that out. So what I'd like to do, I think, is take that black and white value that I'm getting there and, I don't know, let's apply some mysticism to it. Make it look a little bit more dynamic. So let's go to Photoshop. And we'll see what we can't do here in order to get this to render in a way that'll be interesting looking. All right, so in here, I'm going to say new, and let's make a 2048 by 2048. And say create. It's nice of you to say, Ava. I'm going to go to the red channel, set my colors to default here, and I'm going to say filter, and let's go render some clouds. So the render cloud system here just renders random values between 0 and 1 on the pixels, or is actually using these two values here. So somewhere between color A and color B, every pixel is getting randomly assigned that value, which gives you something that kind of looks like clouds. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this on each layer here. And each time I run this, it's going to look a little bit different. So you can see I end up with different looking clouds here on each system. This is going to give me this multicolored monstrosity. But the other thing that I want to do, I'm going to go to the green channel here, and I'm going to increase the contrast on this, so that I have one that's really high contrast, almost only black and white. You can see that most of the gray values are gone. If I zoom in, there's only just a little bit of gray value around there. So now I've got one that's mostly gray values with very little black, very little white. One that's high contrast, mostly white, mostly black. And then I've got one that's kind of in between. I'm actually going to go into the levels of this one and I'm going to soften this one up so that most of the noise we're getting is actually in a gray range like this. So it's going to produce something that looks a little bit like this, which is like the world's worst looking camo. But I'm going to save this out as an image that we can reuse. And so the only reason I'm generating this in the way that I am is that I know I'm going to end up needing more noise along the way. And so by going and tweaking it, it's giving me something that I can use along the way. Now, often I'll put an alpha channel in here with another one, but I think three should be suffice. So I call this 3 noise. And that's fine. And inside the engine, we'll go and bring that in. So I'm in my textures and materials folder here, so we'll go and import. Since this is in the right place. Oh, I was in the right place. I called it textures. Textures. And we'll bring in the 3 noise. We'll bring in the 3 noise. And what I'm going to do with this 3 noise is set it up in such a way that instead of just getting a solid glow around the perimeter of this thing, I'm going to try and use this to make it dance a little bit. In fact, instead of doing that in here, we should probably do that in this one. And so, let's see, we have this all doing this, and we'll bring this image in, and in order to make this dance, I'm going to add some chaos. It's a fairly expensive node. 3-way. Is it not there? Maybe they got rid of it. Chaos. Normal height from chaos. I'm going to go into this function. And there's the motion forward chaos. Copy. This too is a material function, but it's one that I don't think you can find it unless you yeah. It's a little on the expensive side, but it's really, really nice what it does. And so that's what I'm going to use. We'll get rid of this and paste this in. So essentially what this does is it manipulates your UVs. If I go and do a preview on this, preview this node, I got this in the wrong place. This goes back here. We're going to preview this. And if I take the RGB here and I plug it in, I can't do that. I need this to be a texture sample. That is selected. Out, texture sample, object. There we go. So you can see what it does is it kind of randomly moves different elements along this thing. It moves them in X and Y and Z. So you kind of get this random chaos bubbling around from there, which is kind of nice. The only downside of this is that if you use the motion 4-way chaos, I can't actually split out the channels yet. I have to do it after. So if I do a breakout here and we break out the 3 floats, I now have the red, green, and blue that are being manipulated here. So not the end of the world. I can add a texture coordinate node here if I wanted to increase the amount of tiling or decrease the amount of tiling. Honestly, I don't really know yet what I'm going to want to do with this. I know that I'm going to want to use the very soft one, though, in here. And so what I'm going to do is let's try throwing this in the exponent of the glow. Let's stop previewing this. Stop previewing. Still previewing. Let's save it and close it and reopen it. There we go. The preview stopped now. And yes, that is absolutely not what I wanted to have. So we'll kill that. Go back to the glow. And I think what I want to do is, let's do a 1- on this. And then do it as a multiply after this. And we'll put that into the clamp. So the idea here, if you look at this now, you can see around the perimeter, there's just like, it's wobbling. It's just giving it a little bit of motion. And again, I can do various things with this here. If I go and put a scalar in here, which we can call speed, and I plug this into the speed, at 0, it doesn't move. But if I set it to like 0.1, if I set it to 0.1, we're going to get a very small amount of motion on the outside, almost like fog. Let's go 0.5. There we go. You can see just the slightest hint of it moving. Now it's only affecting that kind of little bit of gray range. It's not really touching the white on the outside, and it's mostly not touching the black on there, and that's because I'm using a multiply. So another thing that we could do is we could pump this into an overlay, and we can overlay these two together so that it uses the gray middle. And I'll plug this in here. And that'll give us a little bit more in the middle range, and it gives us a little bit more on the outer range. Now I'm actually getting in here. Oh, where the hell are you? The post process is in effect here, and I'm getting the eye adaptation happening here, which I don't like. So if I zoom way in on this, you see that it blows out, and I pull away, it gets darker. Somewhere in here, I thought there was a way of turning that. Eye exposure auto. There we go. So this gives me a more one-to-one of what this thing actually looks like without the exposure changing. So let's go and change this. Let's bring this up to 5. 0.1. 0.5. 1. 2. 1. 1.5. So I'm just trying to find that kind of sweet spot where I get kind of that hazy glow around the perimeter. So something like that. Okay, so let's save this material now. We got something kind of hazy going. This guy is saved here. We should have no errors. If I hit play, we should see that on the teapot. So you can see that kind of misty movement. I don't think it looks as good on the teapot here. I'm going to have to change the scaling of it. And again, we're not getting the blacks that I hoped I'd get. So I am going to switch this back to the multiply here, as I think that was doing a better job. And we're going to set our value back to 2 and save that. Let's see what that looks like. Let's make this bigger too. Okay, so it's not bad. We're going to create a texture coordinate node here, and we're just going to set this to 0.25 to increase the size of those things. So I'll put in here. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to multiply our noise by the harsher contrasty noise that's below it. A little bit better. We'll save that, move this out of the way, and play it in here. Good enough. I can tweak that material for days. But yeah, it's definitely giving me that, like, I can see that it's something of note now. And so yeah, I don't want to spend too long manipulating the material here, because it'll I'll be doing this forever. So with the model selected, and we have this being rendered. So right now, what's being rendered is, right now it's just the world. And if I hit play here with the world, the reason that we're seeing that teapot change is that I'm just telling the material to change. So it's not actually changing anything based off camera distance. It's not changing anything based off of where the player is or what the player's doing. All of it is just based off of the material that's on there right now, and that's what we want to change. We want to get this to the point that it actually will manipulate when the player gets near it or interacts with it, and so that's where we're going to have to start kind of changing some of this stuff now. Now, let's see what we can do with this here. I want to set this thing up to be near the player when it goes off. So let's get that working. Let's get our material to change on this teapot when we get near it. So when I hit play right now, it just turns on. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit the blueprint for this. Edit blueprint. And we're going to do it in a different way. So right now I'm just setting the material when the game plays. And what I'm going to do instead of when the game plays is I'm going to change this to when the player is near the object. The way that I need to do that is I need to get character new, get player. Can I do that? Get player controller, player pawn, get player pawn. And this, we're going to get location, get world new. Just don't get world location. That returns the player. Move to location, get to location, find location, add actor at location, get actor location. Why didn't you come up when I told you to? So we're going to get the location of the player, and we're going to also get the location of our object here. So if we just get world, get world location, which is the, we'll use the static mesh. So we've got the player, we've got the static mesh, and if I just subtract one of these vectors from the other, this one minus vector minus vector, like so, that should give me the length between the two. And what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to constantly check this to see if that falls between a specific range. So maybe we'll say it's going to be 2 meters. You've got to be 2 meters from an object, and then the glow starts to happen. And so what I want to do, delete the on begin play, and I'm going to do a, let's see, what's the best way to do this? I want to do it on tick. That'll be bad. Tick is a fairly expensive thing to run on a whole bunch of objects in your world. Maybe we'll do this. Maybe I'll do a sphere trace by channel. Now see, I'm thinking I should actually put this on the player. And if the object returned is a totem, affect that totem. I think that's what I'll do. Let's do this in the player character, not in here. So I'm going to remove this. Right now we should see the teapot in its regular everyday material. Ta-da! And what we'll do is we're going to go into the third person blueprint and we're going to manipulate this blueprint. So I'm going to do a sphere trace in here, which is just looking out from the character in every direction. The next thing that I want to do is I want to set it so that when I hit something, I want to check and see what that something is. We're going to split the struct here, or the pin structure, so I can see all of the objects that are here. And we're going to have to do this fairly regularly in order to make it make sense. And we're also going to have to make sure that it starts at the right place. So let's get this and get location. No. Okay. Doesn't like it from the mesh. Let's do it this way. Get. Really? Okay. Is it get world location? Yeah. That's what I want. Get world location. And we're going to start that at wherever the character's mesh is. And again, I'm doing third person, so it makes sense to do it from the player. So we're going to do a ping out from where the player is, which will be good. Let's go into the visibility trace here and debug draw for duration, and let's save this. And I need to start this, so I'm just going to put this on tick for now. We'll remove it from tick in a moment. But I just want this trace to keep happening here. So let's pull this off and hit play. And you can see that it is drawing out for my character. every frame. Right now it's going to the origin, which is fine. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to go out and find the teapot. And the reason it's drawing out to the origin is that I haven't told it otherwise. So it's starting here, and you can see the end of the trace is here. And so we should probably dictate some kind of a radius here. Let's do a radius of 200, which is 2 meters. Let's go see that. There we go. So there, you can see kind of that circle around my character, which is it kind of looking out for things that he would be able to pick up. So once anything kind of ends up in that range, we'll have something that we can change the material on. So far, so good. Okay. The next thing that I want to do is out initial hit, on hit, hit out time, out hit distance, out hit location, impact point. This guy, and let's get actor. No, we didn't like get actor. Hit actor. Oh, there it is. Out hit actor. So let's get the class of this object. And what I'd like to do is I'd just like to make sure that whatever it is that I'm hitting is my totem. And so if we can go do that, make sure that it's my totem that's being hit, this will work quite nicely. Just got a notification that Amazon delivered something fun. You know what? I don't think that's what I want to do. Let me go, and I don't think that's what I want to do either. Let me go and bring this over here. Trying to think. I do, and it's not there. Okay. I'm looking for something specific that is going to aid me in doing this faster. I've already worked out all the logic to this, and how to do it in a way that's going to make sense. And that's what I'm upset that I'm not looking at. So I'm going to open up another project. I have a Unreal file where I've been building a lot of the stuff that I do in my tutorials as just kind of one-offs, which is the map that's opening right now, Turner Made. And I've already got this system halfway built in there. And so instead of working at the logic here and doing it this way, kind of from scratch, I'm just going to grab the logic that I've already built so we can speed this train up a little bit along the tracks, which I think will be super helpful. Once this opens up, eventually we'll get something opening up. And I can show you what's in this other map here. It's just a handful of other little neat Unreal projects, little one-off things that I've put together. Some vertex painting. I've got these little chests here that are kind of Borderlands-ish that will open when you play if I go in. And holy shit, that's loud. But yeah, if I go and which key? I forget which key that I used. F? There it is, F. But yeah, if I hit F, I can go and open these things here, and then they don't open again. And then I've got, this is going to be loud, but I got my little wobble wall that works there too. And so, yeah, there's a whole bunch of systems that I've kind of put together here that I do as tutorials to kind of help people out with things that they're struggling to do. And it's actually this blueprint that I'm interested in here. That is not the blueprint That is the blueprint. That is not the blueprint. That is the blueprint. Let's go edit the blueprint. Yeah. Edit the blueprint. So I'm just going to make sure this stays docked here. Let me make sure that it actually is the right one. The event graph. So scalar parameter, changing materials, that. Play animation. No, it's not in here. It's going to be on the player. The player blueprint. Where are you? First person blueprint, blueprints, first person character. And this is the system that I already built. So we get the player camera. We find out where the camera is. We get the actor's forward position. We then multiply that by 3,000. That's how far forward it's going to be looking. And then it is doing a line trace where it is looking at the object that it hit. And so this is kind of similar here to what I'm going to be doing. It's not 100% similar. There's obviously some differences here. But it is going to give me the ability to get this working, I think, a little bit faster. So I already have this system working. All I'm going to do now is just kind of continue along with where I was. So I'm going to delete the sphere trace and create it again. Sphere trace by channel. And the reason that I'm doing this, start at a radius of 2 meters, is I actually want to collapse this back down again so that I can break the hit here. Come on, type all the letters. Break the hit result, which will give me more information that I can play with. And then I actually want to make sure that this did hit something, which I'm not really concerned about right now. Not exactly like I want. Okay, so this is the same thing here. I need to hit actor, and I need to compare this to another actor. So yeah, as it turns out, this is going to be useless anyway. Hit actor. When this hits something, we need to check and see if it is the object that we're looking for. I'm just looking up a little bit more reference here. Right, setting this up in a way that makes sense. All right, where the hell are you? So there's an actors to ignore, which is an array of objects, which is kind of the opposite of what I want. I could put everything in my scene into an array and do this, but that would be kind of stupid. I actually wanted, instead of to ignore a certain collection of objects, I actually wanted to pay attention to a very small number of objects. And so I'm hoping to do this in a much better way. Okay, let's see. I'm just on Unreal's wiki looking up their break hit result. Hit actor. Get object name. So it's definitely with this guy, and it's get object class, which finds out what class that object is. And then I need to do a check to see if this object is the same as my totem class. So what I need, class, object, this is totem, there. And I want to see if this is equal. Oh, I can actually just do it in here. That's going to make my life a lot easier. Totem. So we'll check to see if this is a totem. We're going to bring this out. Ooh, bring this out. Branch. Okay, and if this is true, if we have hit one of the totem objects, right, blueprint class totem, true will keep going, false will just do nothing. And so that'll make my life a little bit simpler. What I want to do then is get the actor that was hit, get a reference to this, and get parent component, child actors, go to my class. I want to set this thing's material. Where am I with this guy? Create. So I need a custom event here. Custom event, like so, which is going to fire off into that object. Essentially, and it's going to then create the material and set the material. So that I'm going to need a way of setting it back too. Right now, if I do this, whenever he's in range, it'll turn on and it'll never turn off again. And so we'll have to do something with that along the way. But logically, I think the stuff is pretty sound. So what I want to do, if I'm remembering this correctly here, I need to then pump this into the custom event. So let's give this custom event a name, which is set material. Maybe I'll call it set totem material so that it's a little bit more clear what it's doing. And then on this actor, is it that I want to do? Where am I now? I'm back in the third person doohickey. I want to be able to go and fire that thing off. Okay. Yeah, so there's an event here that I want to do. So I'm going to cast this. Cast to BP totems. The hit actor is what I'm going to cast. And then from here, we are going to set totem material like so. Okay, I think this makes sense. Save that. Okay, so let's go test this out here. So I spawned far enough away from the totem object that we can see it's not turned on. And if I get near enough to it, nothing happens. Fantastic. Okay, so that's not good. Let me hit here and try this again. I should also test to make sure that the yeah, so it's not actually finding that object. I should try and make sure that this sphere trace is working. I don't have an end. I have 200 on and draw debug for duration. This up, duration 5 seconds. Trace color, hit color. Okay, let's save that so we can see the trace. And he's definitely within the confines of the trace. And he don't care. So let's go make sure that everything is firing off the way that we would expect it to. I'm setting the material here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a print on the end of this. We'll just let it print the words hello to see if I am within range of this thing. So I'll hit play, and I'll go into walkabout here, and it should in the top left say hello when I get close enough to this thing. And it's not. So it's not actually contacting that object. So let's make sure this is doing what it should. If the object it hits is that. So let's actually try and bypass that for a moment. Definitely not changing the way it's rendering. Okay, so let's do a print here. And see if that's firing off. The red one is the one that I'm interested in here. Yeah, it's not doing what I think it's doing. Getting the world location of the mesh. Oh, this is what I wanted to change. Yeah, let's do this. Let's get the character movement. No, don't. I'll open that up. Go away, Visual Studios. I don't actually want to change any code here. Let's try this again. Bring this in here. Bring this in here. And let's try that. Do a trace from a different area here, see if that works. Okay. So not working in the slightest. I think what I need to do is the okay, let's get player character, and we are going to get the world location root component. That's fine, and then we're going to get the forward vector. Yeah, that one's fine. Sure, of the mesh, why not? And then let's multiply this by a float of 200 centimeters. And then we'll add this to this. Oh, I want add vector to vector. Add vector to vector. This one. I'll plug this in here so that we're adding two vectors, and I'll put that at the end position. So it's not tracing to the origin any further. Still not finding that guy. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to do a sphere trace. Maybe it'd be worth getting a list of all of the objects in my world and finding a way of doing it that way. That don't seem right. I'll find a way to do this. I want to get away from the on tick, which is the thing that really worries me. Because that is a pretty expensive node to use, especially if I'm going to be having 50 of these items in the world. I don't want to be bouncing a tick on all of those. So see if I can't find a better way to do this. Let's see. So I think I'm going to have to switch, because yeah, I definitely don't want this on tick. I think what I'll do is I'll create a function, and I'll just loop the function over time, which I think is better than tick. I think that should be sufficient. So it just occurred to me that I might have to delete my blueprint and bring it back in. So there's a little bit of a funny thing that happens in Unreal while you're editing blueprints, that on occasion they don't do what they're supposed to do while you're editing them. And so while I've been making changes to this, it might not have actually been doing as it was told. I'm also going to do this here. So before it edits the material of this object, we're going to do this. And eventually, like this create dynamic material instance, I'm going to do this on spawn. And all I'm going to do is, instead of setting the material every time, I'm just going to change a flag in the material that'll turn on the feature or the highlight object, which I think will be a smarter way to do it. I think this stuff is all okay. Where's my print there? There's my print there. Okay. Hit results, hit actor. If the actor is this, I'm going to do a print here as well. And all I want to print is the true or false of this. This is going to print on every frame, so it's going to spam the window here. But yeah, that's the issue. So it's not actually detecting the teapot. I think that's the part that I broke. Is that this doesn't do what I want it to. Pull this out. Let's delete that. And let's print the hit actor file. And see if it gives me a list of everything. So the floor. A lot of floor. A lot of floor. So I'm wondering if in the array of actors to ignore, I can put in static mesh here, and that would be suffice. But I don't think it is. So this is hitting the floor every time. It may be what I should do. Instead of doing the trace on the character to the object, do it on the object. Oh, that's a lot of traces. Yeah, I gotta do it on the character. If I do it on the character, it's one trace, and every time it hits an object, it hits an object. If I do it on the totems, then 50 objects are going to be running a trace. That's 50 times more expensive. So it makes sense to do it here. So what I need to do is I need to make sure that what it is that I'm hitting is the object that I'm actually after. And it looks like that trace is constantly hitting the floor, and it doesn't care about hitting anything else. So I think I need to figure out a way of doing that. Let me see if I can find a system that does that. And it's important to me that this be a sphere. Trace. Now I could do a line trace if I were doing the trace from the object instead of the character. That would work quite well. Since I'm not. Multi-sphere trace. Might be switching over from a sphere trace to a multi-sphere trace. Multi-sphere trace for objects. That's what we wanted. Okay. Let me delete that and plug this in here. So the starting point is going to be the starting point. The ending point is still going to be the ending point. The radius is still going to be 200. Not that I think that matters. We're still going to trace when we trace. And now we should actually be able to look for object types. And so all I got to do now is create an array of objects. I go here, I'm going to create a new class. This is going to be actor. Is that what I want? That's not what I want. I want actor. Object types. Back into my search here. Let's see. BP totem. Gotcha. Okay, so there's an actor type BP totem. Pull this here. Get. Plug this in here. No. I need to add this to an array. Let's go back here. Totem. Go back down to BP totem. BP totem. Object reference. Class reference. Soft object. No, it should be an object. Okay. So let's do this instead. Let's promote this to a variable. Save this. And I can add an element here. Aesthetic, world dynamic, pawn. There's body vehicle destruction. No, none of that is what I want. Can't parse default object. So this get add. And we are going to add. Yeah, shit. Oh, this is not doing it the way that I want. Okay, I gotta look up this on this trace. Multi-trace for object. Because this is not going the way that I had planned. Okay. Let's try this. No. Make array. Okay. And this is going to go into here. Object types. World static, world dynamic. The problem is that I can't get my object in there. That's not even plugged into anything. Okay. Try this again. UE4. Trace for objects. See, I'm wondering if I have my enumeration list of all the objects that are in the scene, if I don't just put that in here, if I go create miscellaneous data table, mission AI blundables blueprints, enumeration. Track devices, motion tracker, enum. Yeah, no, not what I want. Not what I want. Not what I want. I know I'm going to make an enumeration list at some point with my objects. Okay. Let's just see if this works. So let's plug this in here. I can't break this. How the hell am I supposed to use it if I can't break it? Maybe I'll do a line trace for objects. No. I just ignore. Let's put this in here. This in here. In here. This in here. This. There. Let's delete this guy for now. Out goes in here. And then we're printing his name. Let's see if that works. Let's do this here. Okay. Oh. It's not finding anything that is a dynamic object. This guy. I'm the only pawn, and it won't find me. Yeah, see, that's not what I want either. I don't know why this is not working. It's the simplest of things, and it's just not doing what I want it to do. This line trace is not good because it doesn't give me the ability to do that, which is not so good. What the hell, man? Yeah, no, I broke that. That's fine. Make that go away. Might as well make that go away. Yeah, this is not doing what I want it to do. I have my set totem material. Let's try this again. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try it again. Sphere, trace by channel. Sweeps a sphere along given line and returns the first blocking hit encountered. This trace finds objects that respond to the given trace channel. Okay, that is what I want. Trace channel. Okay, so we're going to do this. Sphere trace by channel. Do that. Put this in here. I want to break the hit result. Blocking hit. Visual overlapping hit. Hit actor. I'm going to pull that from the hit actor. And let's just print what that is. Okay. So this should give me a whole bunch of floor. Oh, I didn't want to cast. I wanted to print. No. Print string. Try that again. This is going to be the hit actor. Proxy floor. So the trace doesn't seem to find anything with the floor. At least it's not printing anything with the floor. Even though that trace should be hitting a lot more than the floor. If I go, let's do this here too. Something else did show up. Sorry. Actors to ignore. Yeah, that's not what I want. Not what I want. Why is it? It can only seem to get it to interact with the floor, and it's not finding my blueprint. So what if I do this? Hit actor goes in here. I'm not going to bother with the branch. I'll go in here. If the cast has failed, no, I'm not printing anymore. No, I am totally printing. Right there. Let's print here too. All this failed. Failed. And it is not finding. Not finding that object. What the hell, man? Losing my friggin' mind. And I don't get. It's that I'm using the same system that I used before, and it's not working. Literally just reproducing the same system I already built. Okay. Not that this matters, because it's always hitting something. And the hit actor is being cast to its own blueprint. As that blueprint, we are firing this off. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Far enough away from it and come back. Yeah, see, I should see something other than failed. Well, we know the failed is firing off. Let's kill that. What gives? It's just not finding my blueprint. Yeah, really bizarre. Yeah, I don't need an input. This is killing me. Well, everything went absolutely smooth yesterday in getting this all set up. The system that I've already built that already works in another instance of Unreal doesn't work in this instance. Okay. I think I have another way of going about doing this, which is a way I would have done it back in UDK. So I can leave that there for now. Let's go to the viewport. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a volume here. Volume. Nope. Let's add a box. Box collision. And I'm going to want this thing. So this thing is placed at the origin here, which is essentially where the object is. And I'm going to increase its scale. Let's lock this down and set it to 5 times the scale. Oh, don't move it. Why'd you move? So something like that. And we'll compile that. Then in the event, this guy, we can actually take events, create events for him. So if we see begin overlap here, which is the second one in, on begin overlap, we can then start firing things off this way, like that. And this might be a much better way of doing this than doing all of this trace work. So let's kill the custom guy and do that. And if I do this, cancel. Third person character failed. Right, let's delete all the nonsense. Ooh, what is that? Let's delete that. Okay, this should work again. Okay, so you can see as the player gets near it, it says hello. So that's going to be a little bit of a better way of doing it. Now, the only reason I wanted to do it the other way, that's wrong blueprint, and not do it this way is I thought it would have been better to have only one object at a time light up. And the blueprints, when I do them this way, they're not going to be aware of one another. And if they're not aware of one another, I can't make them turn off and turn on. Yeah, I'll be here for a little while, Bray. It's only 10:30. I'll probably be here till midnight or so. If you want to swing back later. So begin overlap. I can always make sure that this is the player 2, but you can see that it kind of works on its own. The other thing that I want to do is end overlap with the box as well. And let's see if there is end overlap. Where'd you go? Right, end overlap. So this will give me the ability now to set this up in a way that'll work. Okay, cool. I'll be back. Gonna do a bike ride quick. You're doing a bike ride at 10:30 in the evening? It's mental. So we're going to. Gotcha. So I'm going to do a begin play. And the begin play is where we're going to edit this stuff like this. So on begin play, it's going to create the material and assign the material to this object, which is good. Now, what I need to do is go back into my materials, textures and materials, totem glow. So this is going to end up being a material that is not just unlit, but is going to be a default lit material, which you can see is going to give me that glow like so. And I'm going to have a switch turn the glow off and on. So we're going to do a static parameter switch, like so. Dunk, dunk. That's not the right one. Where the hell is the switch? Static switch. Emissive. And the value, we'll create a parameter, get a bool. That's a bump offset. Static bool. And I'll put this in here. Okay. Now, in order to set this up correctly here, I'm going to need to throw some textures in here for the time being. So we're going to do this, create a parameter to this, and call it base color. And we'll duplicate that down here, and this will be my normal map, which again, we'll go and rename. Normals. And I'll reproduce it again with ambient occlusion. Green is going to be my roughness, and blue my metallic. And I'll rename this one ARM so that that works. Now, ideally, it would be nicer to do this with a map that isn't going to be so painful on the eyes. But once I have one of these objects built, it should be good. So when this thing is set to true, we'll get the glow on this object. That looks like that. And when it's set to false, the glow will turn off. And it'll look like that. I'm going to save this. And this is going to change what those two values are. So, when this one fires, we are going to... I'm going to do this here first, before I do this. We're going to... Where are you? Promote to variable, which can now just be set in here. I don't even think I have to set this material. I think I can just leave it like that. We're going to create a name for this, which is just going to be Dynamat from dynamic material. And then we'll grab a reference to that dynamic material, and we are going to set parameter scalar parameter value. So I've got to change. I'm using a bool right now, and I'll change it here. So instead of using the bool, true or false, kill that, kill that. And we're going to lerp A into the emissive with B. You should have his value of 0. And the alpha is going to be our scalar parameter, whose name is going to be active. That in there. I think this has to go here. Okay. So when active is off, we get no glow. And when active is on, we get some glow. Off. Okay. So back in the totem's blueprint, we are going to set the name of this active 1. And I'll just duplicate this down here. We'll set this to 0. Oh, that should be 1. Okay. Let's get away from the teapot so we can actually see this happen. So, I'm away from the teapot. It's not glowing. I get close enough to it, and it glows. Okay, huzzah. I'm going to need something more complete than my teapot. The other thing that I want to do is I don't like this popping on and popping off that happens with these guys. So we're going to create something here, which is going to be a timeline. And we're going to animate that instead of it being the way that it is. So our value here, let's go into the timeline. I'm going to create a new float track. And we're going to create a point here and a point. I only want this to be maybe 2 seconds long. I'll have to play with this. Okay. This. So go to 1. Flatten, no. Why can't I do this anymore? Used to be able to. There it is. Up there. 0 and 0. This one. 2 and 1. And let's just ensure that we can see the whole dang thing. And I'm also gonna make the curve here soften in and out. Let's just do auto key on these. Auto. Save that. And then I'm going to have to duplicate this timeline. Actually, go back in there. Let's rename this guy too. Up. And then the up can go in here. And I'll take this and duplicate it. Put it here. The update goes in here. Go in here. Rename up. Down. Grab this point and set its value to 1. Grab this point and set its value to 0. Okay, so now, those are my timelines. What we should have is when the player comes near enough to the object, it's going to slowly fade in to that glow happening. And when the player leaves the object's proximity, it'll slowly fade out. At least, let's turn that off for now. So yes. At least that's the idea. Let's get the camera away from there again and hit play. And so nothing is glowing. As it gets close to it, it starts to glow. Okay, so my timelines are broken. I think this is just a play from start. Not play. Compile. Play. I think that will make it work a little bit better. Glow. The fade in works quite nicely, but the fade out does not. So what if we just plug this into the reverse? Fade in works fine. And fade out works fine. There we go. Now it's just a matter of making that object as absolutely subtle as possible. Which again will happen with the materials once I build it. Yeah, that works fine. Now, part of the broken that I'm getting here and how big that glow is that the normal map isn't actually a normal map, which is what's breaking everything. But yeah, that'll work. That'll work a lot. Okay, so if I go into this material here now, all of the totems are going to need to use this system. I'm going to back this up and hit C here. And this is totem glow. And then all of this is just how the object gets textured. So I just want to make sure when going through my list of totems now that I'm not actually using anything beyond what's in here. So I've got a base color, a normal, and an arm. And when I go and make all of those totems, I'm going to have to make sure when I texture them all that I don't end up using a material that I don't need. So if I open up my totems here, I think just about everything is going to be along the same path. So I've got a bouquet of flowers, which that'd be one of them there things that right out of the gate is going to render a little bit different than everything else. I'm going to need transparency on that. So I may need to find something different for the bride. A balloon, subsurface scattering. So I'm going to need some pretty unique things on some of these things. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so I may need some other things. Again, this is not going to be a hard material to go and manipulate once I get there. Now, if I go back in my assets here, and I pull a couple of these things at various points in the world, I hit play. So this just might be a case of needing to watch how close I put them to one another. Now, it would be nice to, once I get the character in here, to actually have him tilt and look at the object as he goes by it, so that there's a little bit of an interaction between the two, which is one of those things that would be fun to do. And so, yeah, we'll have to see how that works. Okay, what else can I do in here in terms of setup that is going to help this work? So I need the interactive part, which is going to happen in the totem here as well, not in the material, but in the totem blueprint. So once the character is inside of this range, I would also like to have appear on screen, press E to interact. Which I think I'll have to do with a widget to write that on screen. Yeah, you guys are not doing anything anymore. So we'll just do this. And so, yeah, so it'd be nice when the player is in range, it says hit E to interact. I also have to get it so that when I hit E, it does identify what this object is. And is able to put that into some kind of list for me. I should set up the random spawn location too. That is going to be important. Because I'm going to need to make sure that everybody that plays this ends up getting kind of a different take on it. I don't want everybody to start at the stairs and end up coming across the same couple of objects when they do. And so I would like to make sure that at least there are a couple of options for spawning the player. So if I add a player start, let's go up in here, and I just drag this down in here, turn the gameplay mode on. I hit play, that's where he starts. And if I move the camera over here and I hit play, he starts and the players start. And so that is how you start loading up your player. Now, what I would like to do is to get a whole bunch of these things and place them at kind of key locations. Maybe 4 or 5 locations. Maybe have one guy kind of spawn on the stairs, one guy spawn on the stairs here. Back in this corner, maybe somewhere in the middle of the room, just to have a few of them. And then when it spawns the player, let's go into blueprints and open the level blueprint. Yeah, I think that's the way that I'm going to be able to do it, is in here. Is to then just do it that way. Okay. So I think what I'll do, let's delete that. Save this, save all this. So I just want to make sure he's going back to just spawning in the ground. I also hate the spawner, how it starts up and he falls to the ground, which is not really what I want. So I think what I might do is use empty actors here. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Either that or I'll create a blueprint that does it. Really torn. Okay, let's try it with the empty actor. So I'm going to rename the empty actor spawn location. And let's not put the backspace. Really. And then we're going to go into the level blueprint. And I am going to, so let's make a bunch of these things here first and foremost. Let's go to the top view. And there's my spawn location. So I'll put one here. I'll put one in the middle over there. I like the idea of one by the stairs. One by the stairs. Put one in the middle of the room. And maybe one more over here. Again, I can move these things around while I'm working on it. One kind of under the stairs. Actually, under the stairs. And we'll call that good enough for now. So we'll just make those ones, the first ones here. I'm going to go create myself a folder for my spawn points. And we'll go and put our spawn locators in there. And I'm going to rename spawn location 1. Just so that all the names make sense. And I love my capital S, capital P. I don't know why the hell I can't let go of shift. Also, I probably should have called it spawn and not spawn. Fingers work half the speed as my brain. All right. So, let's see. We're gonna go into the world blueprints, and in the world blueprints, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add all of those points as an array. So I'm gonna grab all of them. I'll go into the world blueprints here, right click, and I want to add a reference to selected actors. Graphs, new graph. Can I not do it with a whole bunch? Yeah, I can't do it. Create a reference. I'm gonna do one at a time. There's 2. 3. Yep. sucks a bunch. Grab this one, 4. Five. I don't know why they wouldn't let me grab a whole bunch at once and do this. 6. And 7. Oh, I don't need to do that. I need to do this. There we go. Okay, so I've got all 7 spawn points in here. And again, the nice thing about this system is that it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter where the points are. Once I start making the world, if I find, oh my god, I've got a couch here, I can't spawn here, I can just move that point. The system will still work the way it's intended to. So I'm going to come out from here, and we're going to make array, and we are going to, on that array, let's compile, and add all my pins that we can go and plug into. So I now have a collection of spawn points in an array. Now, I'm going to, let's see, random integer in range, random integer in range. And that range is going to be 0 through 6. 0 through 6. And we are going to pull out of here, and we are going to get this one. And we'll pull its position from a random. So that will randomly grab one of the positions from in here. Now I want to set actor set player spawn. No spawn. Let's see what we got. So nowhere near what I want. So what I might do then is add the player start, like so, and save all that. And then let's make sure I have it selected, and we'll get a reference to the player start, like so. Out of here, we're going to get world at actor location. We're also going to get the actually, I think there's one that's both actor location and rotation. Well, transforms. There we go. We'll get the transforms, and then with this, we'll set actor transforms, and this can go in here, and I'll begin play. This can go in here. So that should be all that there is to spawning in the world. So if I hit play, where am I here? I'm right there. So if I hit this, ooh, didn't like that. Movable player start has to be move. I don't have the ability to set. Play, escape. Third person. I know it's player start 3. Collision capsule has to be set to movable. I thought I did that. Collision capsule. Native component are editable when declared as property in C++. Yeah, I want to do this. I want to click this. Can I click me? No, I can't do this. Na, 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 na. Okie dokie. Not useful. Okay. So we're going to try and do it without a player spawn. I mean, I cannot delete you. Yes. Go back in here and this. Okay. There must be a better way of doing this. Gotta be a way of doing this. Gotta be a way. Yeah, so they're doing it. Just looked it up online how other people are doing this. They're doing it in a different way, which not the same as what I'm doing. So they're doing it with a whole series of player starts. Where you put one here, and you put one here, and you put one wherever, and you set their tag. So each one has a name, and then you add them to your thing. So if we go into the spawn points here, grab all the spawn points and delete them. Yes, I'm aware that they're all inside there. And then I took my player starts, them inside the spawn points instead. And let's go to the top view here and again place these things. So one can be over here. One can be over here. Again, I'll put one kind of in this corner. I like the idea of one being under the stairs. One over here, coming down the stairs, or maybe even back in this little cubby. 1, 2, 3, 4. One in the middle of the room. And maybe one over here. Okay, good enough. That's 7. That's 7. I'm also going to rename this 1 to 1. 1 to 1. 1 to 1. Rename it 1 to 1. Alright, we're going to go in here. And all of you guys are freaking useless. In fact, I'm going to kill the array. And what I'm going to do is get all actors of a class. That class is going to be player start. And that can go in here. In play can go here. This can go in here. And that will randomly grab one of those, assuming. We'll give it a whirl. So I'll do perspective and hit play. And I started under the stairs. Play. I started in the middle of the room. Play. I started over in the cubby. Play. I started at the bottom of the stairs. Play. Middle of the room. Play. Under the stairs. Play. Under the stairs. Okay. So now we should probably put these rotations here to make sense. This one should be 180. This one, get away from the wall. This one, maybe we can face the stairs. Face away from the stairs. Face away from the washing machines. And face away from the workbench. Okay. Now, I spawn right there. Okay, play again. Ooh, spawn right underneath the stairs. Play again. Back in the cubby. Middle of the room. Behind the middle of the room. Wait, I have those two that close together? Yeah, this one's gonna shift this way. Okay. So random player spawning works just fine. I could go and give them tags and whatnot, but I don't really need them. The tags would be if I wanted to do a kind of system. Not spawn point. How's that called? Checkpoint. A checkpoint system. But I don't really need to differentiate between them, other than just to say that they are numbered differently. Okay, that works fine. That works fine. That works fine. That system works. That system works. And the spawning system works. Okay. So we're gonna need to interact with the objects now, which is how we're gonna end up sending data once something has been selected. And so I'm going to need to, in my totem blueprint, create a variable. This variable is going to be a string, and the string is going to be called totem name. Totem name or creature name? Use totem name. Like so. This I'm going to set in the blueprint based off the array of static meshes that I get. So in the construction script, we are going to be setting this, setting its name. Whoop, come on now. And that's going to be based off the array of static meshes that I make. So I want to make a whole bunch of static meshes and make sure that this thing pulls from a collection of those static meshes, taking the name of the static mesh, throwing it into the totem name, and then I'll be able to use this this variable here when the player chooses the object. So the first thing that I need is just a few more totems or meshes that I can bring into the world here in order to make this work. So let me go look back at my totem list and find something insanely easy to make that isn't going to be something that'll take me all day. So here's an ice cube tray, which is going to be for the ice creature, so that's not going to be too hard. I've got the moon, too, that's going to be for the werewolf. That's not going to be too hard. Jacklings. Avon, harpoon, pumpkin. I may actually have a pumpkin already built that I might be able to use. A ring, the one ring to rule them all. A calendar, a fedora. So a lot of these things are like little one-off projects. They're not going to be very time-consuming. But there's just a lot of them, which is going to be time-consuming. The Ghostbusters trap is probably going to be the one that takes me the longest. Mainly because my level of nerdiness is going to force me to spend a long goddamn time on that. Oh, if I got the balloon, too. The balloon would be a nice one. So I think what I should do is bring in static meshes that have these names already. I'm going to dock that on the window here. And let's go make an enumerator. Where's my blueprints? Enumeration table. And this is going to be creature enum. Okay. And enum description. String table. I gotta remember how the hell this works. I need my spaces. New. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can just keep clicking this until I hit 49. Too many. Too many. Oink. All right. So what I can do now with this is go and give them their names. So alien beast, and I want to make sure I don't screw up the spelling of these. I think I can use spaces in this without it being too without it being too much of an issue. Killer clown. Deadite. Why you no typey? Deadite. Demon. Dismemberment goblin. Dismemberment goblin. I don't think I'm spelling dismemberment correctly. I swear to God, if someone looks at my Google history for search, yeah, I know it totally is spelled correctly. Okay. Lost my list. Dismemberment goblin. The doctor. No, come on, for the love of... I want to type in here. The doctor. The giant. Hell Lord. I want a new name for this. I've got a slash in the name on the Excel sheet. I've got Hell Lord slash Lady, which is kind of like a non-denominational version of Satan. And so it could be Satan, but it could be any ruler of hell. Hell's ruler. There, that works. Because I can't put more than one with a hyphen in here because it's going to break the system. Jack O' Lantern. Creature from the lagoon. Okay. Mummy, mutant. Reanimated. Reptilius. Crap. Wendigo. It says Windigo. Wendigo. Oh, it's Wendigo. That Wendigo. Wendigo. Yeah, that's right. God damn it. Scarecrow. Again, I've hit one that has a gender bias that I need to rename. The witch or the warlock. Wow, apparently there's a whole series of online forums dedicated to figuring out a gender-neutral term for someone who practices magic. I think I'm gonna have to go with the term evil mage. I don't think it's entirely accurate here. Evil mage. Yeah, it's not the same as saying witch or warlock. How about the practitioner of witchcraft? Practitioner of witchcraft. Which, I mean, it's got the word frickin' witch in it. Snow creature. Snow being. Snow creature. These things are not easy to get gender neutral. Vampire. Werewolf. Ring wraith. I'm just gonna put wraith. Zombie. Ancient. Ancient one. A blob. Cyclops. Evil gnome. What else have I got here? Forest, spirit. Two-headed creature. Minotaur. I can spell. Doppelganger. I pity the person that gets a doppelganger. Such a hard one to do. Grendel. Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers. Oh, damn it. Freddy. Jason. Never understood why. I guess it's the commonality of the name. Why Freddy just goes by Freddy and Jason is just Jason. But Michael Myers isn't just Michael. Is it that Michael is that common? The hell was I? The Leatherface. Minus. Alias. Troll, Ghoul, and Jinn. Troll. Ghoul. Jinn. Come on, you. Cave Dweller. Pontius. Sectius. Poltergeist. E-I-S-T. Dusa, Mimic. Mimic. Fire creature. Ice creature. And mutant. Cyborg. Okay. Enumeration list done. Close this. Let's close this. So now I've got my list inside here of all of the creatures that I'm going to use. And what I'm going to have to do with these meshes is that I'm going to have to name them all after the same names that are in here. So spelling, spacing, all of that has to be one-to-one with what's in the enumeration list, so that the system works in a way that will be usable. So I'm going to create a new folder in here. New folder. And we're going to go give this a name. Eat yourself. Who the heck are you? How you doing? You sent me a picture of a cat. It's awfully nice. This is going to be totem meshes. Okay. So I'm going to need to import 50 meshes in here, placeholder or not, as beginning to build this system out here. So I think what I'm going to do in 3ds Max is now just constantly export this thing. No, that's stupid. Don't do that. Let's go into the folder. I can just duplicate the mesh that I already have. So under FBX, I'm going to create a folder in here, new folder, and this is going to be called spell anything, totem meshes, in the same exact way. And I'm going to take my proxy totem and just make a copy of it in there. Okay. And then I'm going to go and name this, and I got to use the same names now that are on my enumeration list. All right. So I'm going to go through my list here again. My totems up. And let's go and rename this one Alien Beast. And create a copy. Rename the copy The Bride. Copy. Whoa. Copy. Killer Clown. Let's copy that. Go. Where are we? Deadite. Demon. Dismemberment Goblin. God, I love the name of that thing. None of these are copies anymore. It's this copy here. And this is the Doctor. The Giant. Shoot, what did I call the Hell Lord? I need my enumeration list. God dang, that's small. And I can't scale it up. Fun. Okay, where's my folder? Hell's Ruler. Another one. Jack O' Lantern. So, how many of you watched Sony's demo of the PS5 today? The announcement of what's coming. I gotta say, I was unimpressed with all of the hoopla, especially at the beginning of the conference where they were saying this is going to be one of the biggest leaps ever for a console. All I saw was a lot more of the same. In fact, there were a couple of games I saw that actually looked low poly, like looked lower than what we have right now on the PS4. That I just don't get it. Like, what do you? Why is that a PS5 game? What the hell, man? And so I'm not sure if any of you guys caught it. But I was not impressed. Trying to do this a different way here. Uh-oh, what happened? What's going on, Bray? What are you talking about? Wendigo, Scarecrow. Scare. Bro. Empire. Sort these by name. What do you mean what happened, Bray? What are you talking about? Uh-oh. What the hell's going on here? Empire. Paste. I think I've broken Terra copy. Yeah. I've broken Terra copy. I've copied and pasted so much here that it's broken. Wraith. It's not an easy question to answer, Bray. There's a couple of things I can get a little bit clearer with. So, for instance, it depends on the size of the level, right? If you're talking about white boxing Grand Theft Auto versus white boxing a multiplayer Call of Duty map, like those are very, very, very different things. The white boxing of my map for Cabin in the Woods here was I don't know, half hour. You know, just enough to kind of get the feel of it, and not much more than that. If Ian was around, Ian, are you here? Are you watching? Are you in the cheap seats again? Ian would be a much better person to ask that question to than me, because that's a little bit more in line with what he does. I can tell you all the answers in the world, but that don't make them right. What the hell is this? It's Terra copy. Man, that is broken. Okay, what did I last do here? Ancient one. Bob. Yeah, so I mean, if you're talking a fairly large environment, right? Like that's going to take you more time to white box. It also depends what the environment's for. You know, if you're talking about a track for a racing game, you know, white boxing it doesn't take all that much because you just kind of need to get the track to feel right, play around with the curves and stuff. you're doing a multiplayer map, all of a sudden you're dealing a lot more with you know, where snipers can sit, and you know how the map plays with the weapons in your game and that kind of thing. And so it really depends. Why don't you tell me what your map's for? $24. Are you kidding me? I'm only halfway there. Son of a bitch. Where the hell was I? Cyclops, Evil Gnome. Evil Gnome. I'm doing a scene for my portfolio to update the video and show the assets in game engine and stuff. So it's a sci-fi apartment building, cyberpunkish. Okay, you say apartment building. Are you talking about the interior of the apartment building, or are you talking about the building itself, like the exterior building? Just a room. Not all that long. I'd say you're doing 20 minutes to half hour. Any more than that, you're probably just wasting time. Are you using reference? Like, are you trying to be the layout designer for this room? Or are you just trying to, like, model an environment? Well, if you're using concept art, then the design is done for you, right? White box is 10 minutes. Like, put some cubes in, put some shapes in that just, you know, fill up the space the way that you want it to. You sent me the reference. Okay. That's pretty cool. It's a nice looking environment. Gonna be one of them there, keep you busy for a long time, modeling all the little tiny doodads and things that are everywhere. Yeah, I wouldn't say you need to white box this too much. So typically white boxing something is set up for gameplay, right? It's done to make sure that the level feels right when you play it. If you're just doing this as an art showcase and not for gameplay or whatnot, then you don't need to spend that much time white boxing it. Like, get shapes in the right areas and then go to town. Ah, this thing is wrecked on me here. Yeah, you just need 10, 15 minutes to kind of lay that stuff out. Oh, for the love of Jeebus. Um, Again, I'm probably not the best person to ask, but That's all I really did with this environment that I'm working on now, right? And it's going to be the same kind of thing you're dealing with, right? Like super packed with clutter all over the place. Um, yeah, you just don't need to spend that much time with it if you've already got something that you are going to be using. Um, there's a very common saying that I think applies to you a lot, Michael, which is work smarter, not harder. I think you're one of these guys that overdoes just about everything in an attempt to make sure it's absolutely perfect. And it's more about working in a way that reduces the amount of time you've got to spend doing things. But granted, a good chunk of that comes with time and experience, but yeah, don't drive yourself into a corner. Oh, the troll's already there. No. I have no memory of having typed the word troll already. It's not just you. That's most people until they get their heads wrapped around how to do a lot of this stuff. End up spinning their wheels on a lot of things that would be stuff that would be just a lot easier to do once and kind of get it done with. Jinn Cave Dweller. How many of them are there here? 40. 10 more to go. So the nice thing about setting this thing up in this way is that even though I won't have all the meshes that I want, I won't have all of the environment that I want, but the thing should be up and running. The system should be there and playable, and then I can kind of relax and just make the artwork, which I think is going to be a lot more enjoyable in doing this. It's just going to be taking a bunch of assets that I can grunge up and dirty to the point that they look decrepit and would be an abandoned basement. Planius insectius. Poltergeist. This would definitely be a lot easier for someone who's better at spelling. Poltergeist. And who doesn't have fingers the size of fucking bratwurst sausages. Makes typing really fucking hard too. Poltergeist Medusa. Mimic. Yeah, I hear you, Bray. I hear you. Alright, I have 2 fire creature, ice creature. Fire creature. I didn't actually copy. Ice creature spelling. Ice creature, and then finally mutant cyborg. Oh, and that'll be the end of it. Mutant cyborg. I'm okay. I can tell you the story but it's not going to do you a lot of good. So I got hired into the industry in between my first and second semester of school. When I went to school for game development, throughout first semester, I had a job at Second Cup, and was slinging coffee, which I absolutely, completely, and utterly detested. I hated that job. Oh, 48 items. Shite, I'm missing something. I hated working at Second Cup. I hated that job. I hated that I smelled of coffee all the time. My body was just permeated with coffee. It was in my pores. It was in my hair. It was just everywhere. And so anyway, I couldn't wait to get rid of that gig. And I ended up getting a gig at a publisher, a little boutique publisher that was in town that did a lot of first-person shooters and a pretty quick turnaround. And I got in there actually because a couple of the guys that I went to school with had already gotten gigs there, doing beta testing, and it was a really, really good fit. And so in between first and second semester, they brought me in, and I got hired, and that was it. Like I never needed to look for anything after that. I worked there until they made their own in-house studio, where I got promoted, and then it was kind of just going where the wind took me after that. Now I'm at a point where I haven't really needed to want for anything. If that makes any sense. So I'm at a point now where I don't really have to look for work if I want it. It's one of those things that I've been around long enough and people know me well enough that I can just kind of take a gig if it's available, which is nice too. Okay, so somewhere I done fucked up here, and I'm missing 2 creatures. 2 of them on the list are not here. So I've got to go through the list and find them. Now the problem is that Windows here has alphabetized my list. And none of my lists are alphabetized. So that's going to make going through this a little bit harder. Mutant is there. Mutant Cyborg is there. Mummy. Tilius. Son of a bitch. Okay, I'll just have to go one at a time. Alien Beast. The Bride. Killer Clown. FGHIJK. Killer Clown. Deadite Demon Dismemberment. Deadite Demon Dismemberment. The Doctor. The Giant. And Hell's Ruler. Jack-o'-lantern and a creature from the lagoon. Creature from the lagoon. And Jack-o'-lantern. Right there. Mummy Mutant Reanimated. Reanimated. Mummy and Mutant. All there. Reptilius, Wendigo, and Scarecrow. Scarecrow. Wendigo, and Reptilius. All present. The Witch. Wait, what did I rename the Witch? Or the Warlock? That one's missing. That's 1. Practitioner of Witchcraft. That's one that I missed. Back in my folder. Practitioner of Witchcraft. Okay. So that is 49. Wraith is there. Snow creature. Snow creature. That's the other one. Okay, that should be all 50. Snow creature. That's all 50. All right. So now what I'm going to do is bring these into my totem list and import. They're all going to be static meshes. And yeah, we can ignore all of the settings, import all to bring them all in. That way, when I go and model these things, all I got to do is just overwrite the FBX files that are there, which will give me the ability to get all of these things back again. Save all. Save all. So now what I got to do is add all of these things to an array that I can select from inside of my blueprint. If I go back to meshes into my blueprint here, and I this stuff, I've gotten the wrong name here. Okay, so cannot add the enum here. I forget how I set this up when I did my other one. See if I can find a good way to do this. Okay, so it's got to do with my construction script, and the enumeration table is how I'm going to name the mesh. So that's why I need them named this way. Enum. Enum. No. Might have to open my other project to take a look at this. It's not the project. Go back in here. And let's see. This. What's open in Photoshop? Oh, this guy. Close that. Delete those. Okay. Yeah, I know this is not Bray. Were you not here when I was talking about what this is? Okay, so every year when I teach my organic modeling and 3D sculpting course, which is essentially a character course, since I started teaching it, I've been assigning characters to the students, which I think even goes back as far as when you were my student. What I did at first was I was a character lead on a game a ways back, and I have all the concept art from that game. And there was something like 42 different characters in that game. And so typically what I would do is just assign random numbers to all the students. Those numbers corresponded to the numbers on the concept art, and that was your character for the year. However, it wasn't very engaging for the students, and not a lot of people enjoyed doing that. Now, when I was at the academy at RCC, I was able to there, in a couple of instances, get the students to work on the characters for their game when they were in my character class. But it was very, very rare that that would happen because they only ever came up with the idea for their game in third term, and my course was in third term, and so it never really lined up. But anyway, I wanted to start getting away from those characters, from the soldiers. I was getting bored of doing them, and it was just, the students weren't very engaged in doing it. It wasn't very fun. And so I came up with the idea of creating characters for a game that already exists. So taking a game that's already kind of popular enough that we could create content for it. And the first instance I did of that new system was using Injustice 2. And in Injustice 2, we made Marvel characters for Injustice 2, which was pretty cool. It was a lot of fun. But in the end, I ended up running into a problem where it was just too Caucasian. The Marvel Universe is just very, very white. And while I gave all of the students the option to alter their characters so that they weren't Caucasian, to give them their whatever ethnicity they wanted to, none of the students wanted to do that. They all wanted to do the actual version of the character from the comics. And so I didn't think it looked very good on my course when it was, when artwork was being reviewed from what we were doing. And part of the reason for that was that it was just a whole bunch of Caucasian people. And so I was looking for a way to get away from the Caucasian people in the game and come up with something that was slightly different. And the way that I did that was by switching over to Overwatch, which actually already is, completely multicultural. The problem with that was that I did it already 3 years in a row. This year would be my third year. And so it's at the point now where I've gotten tired of doing it, of doing Overwatch. And so I want to find another game to do. And I decided this year, instead of doing a game, we would actually do something different. The stylized thing was good, but I just got tired of Overwatch characters. Like I did it 2 years in a row at both George Brown and Sheridan. And so, yeah, it was the Army guys. That was way back when. And so, yeah, I haven't done that in a couple of years now. But anyway, I'm at the point where I'm done with Overwatch. I've done it at, between the two schools, I've done it 4 times now. And so, I don't want to go back to it in September. And so the game that I made for choosing your Overwatch character, it's not one that I want to tailor to this new system. I thought I would build something new for the new system, and that's what I'm working on now. And that new system is going to be, what the hell is this? Oh yeah. The new system is going to be monsters, creatures. So you have to do a movie monster, and you have to do the survivor against that movie monster, or the person that would be going up against that movie monster. And so yeah, that's what we're doing. So I decided what I was going to do was make a map that was this dank, dirty, grimy, dungy old basement, and No, that's not right. This dank, dirty, dungy basement that you would do, and you wake up somewhere in the dungy, dank old basement, and yeah, everybody always does two characters. It's only at RCC where I only ever did one, and part of that was because of the time. They're just with a shortened semester there was only so much time that I could do that, and so we never did two there. We only just did one, but everywhere else I make them do two, and so that was part of it. Was making sure that enough. I don't believe this, but I don't think I'm actually using my enumerator anywhere. I'm going through my old project here, which is where I set up the enumerator to do this system, and I can't find any instance of it being used anywhere, which is freaking hilarious. And what the hell was the point of using it? Oh, it's got to be in here. Board. Set text. I'll be a son of a bitch. Does look like I never actually used the system. That I was planning on using. No, it's got to be here somewhere. Okay. Begin play. Enable input. Dynamic material instance. Sequence. This. Get static mesh component. There it is. There it is. Okay. It's in my function. There you are. So, this is the system that I have to rebuild for the new game. Flag texture. Holy shit. It's going to take me a week and a half. Okay. So it's in my flag spinning. So it was a function that I had made that did that. So if I say switch on enum probably look this up here again. And country list, that is that. Okay. So I'm going to rename this. And creature list. Num. Okay. So if I create here a switch on creature list, there she bees. So if I open this up, there's my whole list. Okay. And then this is the selection. So I need to create a random there, which is a byte. So I need a random byte. Construction script. Oh, and I'm going to need a way to get it out of the list. This will be fun. Okay, random byte. No. Random int. Gotta be some kind of random. Wow. Okay. Let's promote this to a variable. Selection byte. Wait, what? I can do that? That's mental. Okay. None of that is doing what I want it to do, though. You used to send multiple submissions on every assignment. Man, if that was even remotely close to being able to identify a single student, I had so many students that would send me multiples of every assignment. Gonna have to come at me a little more specific than that. Can I do this? Random integer. I can do this. 49. And this should to byte and to here. Okay, that work? I think that works. Ah, okay. You were in Brady's class. So that helps a little bit more. Not only was it a little while back, I didn't even know what frickin' school you were talking about, dude. Oh, who the hell else was in that class? Were you in the programming stream or the art stream? Programming. I don't remember who else was in the programming stream of that. You got me, man. I have no idea. Let's go back a little ways. Probably will as soon as you tell me who you are. I don't particularly remember. Oh, yes, Dylan, I remember you. It's good, man. Things are good. Things are good. I mean, the world done be falling apart around us. But, I personally am pretty good. You got it, brother. The world is a fucked up place. Yeah, I'm doing all right. How you doing? What have you been up to? Man, oh man. This is going to take me a freaking week and a half. That's what I get for making 50 different options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 4. I'm only at 20. Mental. Creature. Mummy. Mutant. Reanimated. Worse yet, I don't know that the system is actually going to do what I want it to. So I'm using this system to randomly select from my list of 50 in the enumerator all of the to set up all the meshes. Nice, brother. It's good to hear, man. It's good to hear. I could, Bray. I could do a name out of a hat, but it's not gonna keep anybody engaged, right? It's not gonna be fun. I could do that, but I also like game development, right? It's the whole point of getting into this is, you know, it's it's why you're still working on a portfolio. Right? It's one of those things that everybody gets into game development because they love it. Because they love working on games. Because they love games. They love being part of that world. And that's why I do this. It's why I'm working on my mask project. It's why, you know, I don't just do this 9 to 5, but when the end of the day hits, I keep going and I keep making more. And so, yeah, like if I didn't enjoy doing this, well, what's the point? And again, what makes it all worth it in the end is when I do shit like this and I go to class that first day and I have students that take video of the board, you know, because they're blown away at what they're doing in school. That's why I do this. You know, it makes going to school fun. Like, this is not supposed to be a headache for people. It's supposed to be fun. Who wants to make games if it's not fun? Like, go be a fucking accountant at that point. Seem to pick on accountants a lot. Yeah, well, that's the whole point. It's the whole goddamn point. No, I've got a good chunk of these done. It's not so bad, kind of when you kind of get in the hang of it here, get into the groove of it. It doesn't take too long. Go through them. Just a matter of setting it up correctly. Now, the one thing that I do hope is that when I set this enumeration table up, that it's going to allow me to do what I want to do correctly. So the thing that, yeah, I hear you, man. The thing that I don't know that this is going to do is... I don't know that it's going to remove these from the list once it picks it. So it's picking a random integer. And I don't know. I think it's the random. I think it's this that I'm going to have to do. In order to make this random, I'm going to have to remove that number once it's been chosen. Because I don't want to have, I don't want to have a map with 50 vampires. I want to make sure that I've got the ability here to set these individually. The whole point of this is set it and forget it. And if I have to keep managing these things, it's not going to be worth it. Yeah, that was a few days ago, dude. You should have said hi back then. That project I've put aside for a little while to do this. The schools have announced that I'm getting paid to do prep work because we're moving to online courses, and I figured I would take advantage of that and actually make something. So I'm technically getting paid for what you're looking at. The only catch is that there's a maximum to the pay, and so if I don't finish it in the number of hours that they're willing to pay, then the rest is on me. So there's a little bit of an onus to get it done quickly. An onus? I think that's the right word. Onus. But yeah, it's a little bit more pressure to get it kind of done quickly so that I'm not just burning my own time doing it. But yeah. I will go back to the kid at some point in time. In fact, because I've gotten that kid done as far as I have, I think he's going to end up being the kid that's in this. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Plantius. There you are, Plantius. Sectius. I've almost got this all done here. 5 more to go. The poltergeist, that's the poltergeist. And so, yeah, it seems weird with my streams. I get weird influxes of people. It seems to come in waves. Just like you were saying that, Dylan, that it was Nevin that told you that I was doing this. That happens on occasion where, like, one student will go tune in and watch a stream. And then they'll tell like another former student who will tell another former student, and it kind of snowballs. And I get these waves where like I'll just get a ton of students from like a couple years back, just because it kind of snowballed through. And the other day, Sheridan was the thing. Ended up with like 6 or 7 Sheridan students in here that I don't think I recall having ever more than one Sheridan student. Okay. Mutant Cyborg. Okay, so this should be now all of my enumeration done. What these things are going to do, the whole point of this, is that I have this list of all of the creatures, and when the blueprint starts, you can see that it's going to fire off. Well, it's actually doing more than one. Ooh. And that's not connected to anything. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, there it is. 4. And that was Deadite. Deadite, yeah. And so, yeah, the whole point of this thing is that it should go and randomly choose one of the creatures every time I create the every time I go and create the whatchamacallit, the blueprint. It should grab one of these things. Now, each one of these is also going to have an out where it sets the material. So I'm going to have to make sure that the material's name matches the name that's in here, or the system's going to break to high hell. Now, in order to make this work, because I still only have just my proxy in there, let's go back into the blueprint here and go to the viewport. So I have no idea what static mesh is going to be set in here because they're all teapots, which makes life a little bit harder to do. So what I'm going to do is inside here, I'm going to print what the static mesh is, just so I can see what's being generated. So I'm going to print a string, and we'll just grab the string from the name of the static mesh, which I'm hoping doesn't just read static mesh, but actually will read whatever the enumerator is pointing to. So here's my basement that I spawn randomly in. Excuse me, holy smoly. So here's the basement. I spawn randomly in one of the locations that I've predetermined, and then on the ground here are my teapots. And when I get near enough to one, it should glow, and it's telling me this is the bride. So this should have been a bouquet of flowers. If I go over to this one is the alien beast. There's poltergeist, the scarecrow, who's under the stairs, the deadite. I think that's all of them. Thanks, fellas. So yeah, this system actually seems to be working quite nicely here. So as you get near enough to something, alien beast. So it is randomly choosing. This is poltergeist. And we're going to get out and we're going to play again. And I spawned in the same location. I know that's random. Oh, so that's alien beast again. That's the bride again. The deadite again. So they're actually... Scarecrow, they're getting the same values. And poltergeist. Okay. So they're not actually updating, which means if I move this, it's going to be something different. So that should not be poltergeist anymore. Where am I? Poltergeist is over here. Now I'm spawning in different locations. It's starting to throw me for a loop. So this shouldn't be poltergeist. It is not. It's deadite. And that's a problem because this one is also deadite. Okay. Yeah, so that's deadite. Okay. Now, one of the things is that it's printing both when it gets me the value, and when it's not getting me the value, so I should probably put this on the other side here. So it just prints it once when I get near the object. Like so. And this I've got in the construction script, which means it's setting these things when they're placed in the world and not when the world plays. It's not if they spawn in, so they're not actually spawning anywhere. When I move it, it builds itself again. And so moving it is what's changing its value. And it's the same thing in here. If I were to go in here and change, move this thing around, that's enough that it's changing them all. And so it's kind of part of the fix, but also not part of the fix. So what I need to do is I've got this right now in a construction script. And I think this is why I had done it before this way, is that I don't want it in the construction script. I actually want to make a function, which is assign creatures. Like so. And I'm going to move it from the construction script by just copying it into the assign creatures function. Like so. We can delete it from the construction script. Come on, you. Give me a lot of lag. And now, if I go to my event graph, on begin play, this is going to have to change too, because depending on what mesh gets called, I'm going to have to change the materials. But all I want to do here now is just assign creatures. Like so, and like so. And so now, hit play. So now we should get, every time I play, I should get different creatures. So over here we have the blob. Over here we have the mimic, Michael Myers, wraith, werewolf. That's all of them. And I'll play again. It started me in the same place again. Jack-o'-lantern, poltergeist, the reanimated, dismemberment goblin, and cyclops. So yeah, so now every time I play it, it's generating random ones. Poltergeist and jack-o'-lantern. So that's cool. So that's actually working a little bit closer to the way that I want it to work. I just need a way of making sure now. I don't need the construction script anymore. It's going to be in my assign creatures. So I need to change the way that I'm generating the random number, and then I'm pulling it from a list, and removing the number from the list once it's been done. So almost like an array, and pulling it. And I need to pull the value out of the array. So I need enum. So switch on enumeration, non-repeating, because I have no idea how to do this. Let's see. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's got to be a way of doing this. So the nice thing about the way that this system works, at least using the enumerator here, is let's say the bride is what gets chosen for one of these things. When this gets fired off and it goes into the bride static mesh thing here, so it's going to set the static mesh to be the bride. And then after this, I'm going to have to set the materials to work correctly. And to do that, all I'm going to do is set the texture parameters in the one material I'm going to use the same name here, the bride, but it'll be the bride base color, the bride normal, and the bride ARM. And so by just having that one word, like having that continuity between how everything is named, makes doing all this stuff really easy. So all I have to do is just set the material using the name from here, which will give me a very easy time doing this. And so I'll be able to set all the materials here. In fact, should be able to plug all of these things into a single set base color, set normal, set ARM, and then just pull the names out of whichever one is firing off. And so it'll actually set up the system really, really nice. The trick is to making it not repeat. Now, there is the possibility in my design would you send me? Oh, the overkill. Oh yeah, dude, that's not white box no more. Not what I'm looking at. Oh, bless you. You still use text tools. Yeah, I think you're getting carried away to a whole other level, Bray. In terms of what you got going on, we're a white box, dude. That is a ridiculously large amount of work. Anyway, let me go and save everything that I've got here. I'm gonna run this one more time. Wendigo, Jack-o'-lantern, mutant, cave dweller, and Leatherface. So the other option that I have with this system is to not have 50 totems in the map, but have a smaller number of them and just actually have them all be random. So every student gets a random selection. Yeah, I'm going to stream the entire creation of this, Bray, till the whole thing's done. I've got to do, I'm going to do textures and everything inside of here. And I've got some neat ideas for some other things that I want to do in this that I want to try out. But once I get the game part of it up and running, it's just a matter of doing artwork. And so then I'll just be able to live stream 2 or 3 assets a night kind of thing and get them in here. I would love to actually see be able to post what the students do. But that's one of those things that it's their artwork and it's not up to me to post that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, we'll see, dude. I don't know how much time I'm going to end up with. I'm doing this for September, so, I've got all of July and August to do artwork, which should be plenty for me to knock this thing out. I want to, I'd love to get it done in just a couple of days so I can go back to Mask and keep working on that. But we'll see. I got no problem putting Mask on the shelf for a couple of days, in order to get this done, so that I can have something that is, pretty cool. Insectius, Felinus, the Bride, Mutant, Killer Clown. Yeah, I think this is going to work pretty good. All right, dude. Have a good night. And to all of the rest of you watching, I want to bid you adieu. Well, thank you for watching, and thank you for having a little bit of conversation with me. Remember to make sure you're subscribed on either Twitch or YouTube, depending on where you're watching. You can always go and subscribe on the other service as well. I wouldn't hate that. And remember that I do this every night, every weeknight. That is at 8 o'clock till about midnight or so. And for the next little while, it's going to be plugging away on this little project. So you can keep kind of coming back here to see how we're doing with this, and see how it goes along the way. And I'm going to end up taking these live streams and compressing them down into a time-lapse video of the whole thing being put together, so that in the end you don't have hours and hours and hours to watch. If you haven't seen the videos, you'll just be able to watch a 15-20 minute thing and see everything all together. And so thanks again for watching, and until tomorrow night,